It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio. There is so much to learn in the Sooth Studio.
We are coming to you live by the seat of our pants from the attitude capital of the world, my hometown, Brooklyn, New York, and welcome to soothrbowl 2023. If you've been following us on social media so far, thank you so much. We are so stoked to be here with you. We're going to be breaking down as many commercials as we can over the next few hours, and you've probably heard that we're doing it through a slightly different lens. We're not going to be talking about marketing strategies, and we're not going to be talking about who's paying which celebrity what amount of money or $7 million a spot. What we're going to be doing is looking at this through the eyes of the consumers, the very people that these spots are supposed to be reaching and touching, to understand whether people are really getting what they need from this year's big commercials. And the way we do this uniquely at Sooth is through these 10 universal growth drivers, these 10 emotional elements that are the only elements that correlate to positive consumer behavior. In fact, they drive 70% of all consumer decisions. And they're things like a sense of purpose or self-image. How does this make me feel about myself? Expression, how I want to be seen. Confidence, what inspires me. And we'll dig in deep because we've isolated the 3 elements that are most important in each of the categories. We're going to be breaking down 5 key battles. So while the rivalries play out on the field, we're going to be looking at the game within the game. And the categories we're going to focus on, the Battle of the Light Beers, there are 6 different brands we're going to look at there. So we're breaking them up into 2 groups. First, we'll look at the 3 brands from AB InBev, and then we'll take a look at the other troika of Miller Lite, Coors Light, Heineken Zero. We're going to look at the colorful candy controversy. This is something that has bled out beyond the world of advertising into pop culture and even current events conversation, because a lot of people seem to be really upset about green M&M's choice of footwear. We're going to get into that a lot more. There's Boozeapalooza, which we hope is as much fun as it sounds to be. We're going to be talking about Remy Martin and Crown Royal, 2 rookies making their Super Bowl advertising debuts. Who is the Better Bet breaks down the FanDuel DraftKings competition, and those are 2 brands coming at this category very differently. So when we think about through the eyes of the audience, seeing 2 categories treat the audience in such different ways right there provokes a pretty good conversation. And the last one, which we've named Salty AF, and for those of you who don't know what that stands for, that's salty as French fries. We're going to be getting deep into all of these, and that's a really interesting one. That's Doritos, Pringles, Popcorners, and Planters Nuts. The referees bring 3 very different perspectives to this, and I'm really honored by the friends who have agreed to join me here today. So I come at this from a standpoint of an ad guy. I've been working with the biggest brands in the world for over 30 years. Megan, who has spent her career at places like Facebook and Mashable, now leads strategy at the Idea Integration Company. Megan's really going to be looking at it from a standpoint of communities and audiences and what people really want and expect to hear from these brands. And David Brody comes at it as the industry outsider. You may know him from his work on radio and podcasting. I'm going to let them both talk about themselves a lot, but I promise you, we do not see things eye to eye, and this is going to make for some really interesting conversation. Let's break down how we're going to score the ads a little bit. If you haven't already, go to the soothrbowl landing page. That's soothbetold.com/soothrbowl, SOOTHRBOWL. And you'll see the way we break it down there is we'll give you the top 3 emotional elements for each category. And all you're going to do is score 0 to 10 against each of them. That's going to give you a total score that could be as high as 30 or as low as 0. We've also set up a fun little Super Bowl bullshit bingo game that really plays off the advertising tropes, conventions, or even some of the later trends we're seeing. And the squares that have the the orange outline around them, those are ones that are drink squares. So if you want to play this as a drinking game or an eating game, I would ask you if it's going to be an eating game, make it something kind of fun, maybe something hot and spicy. But those are going to be the things that when you see it, no matter how many times you see it, you're going to take a drink, take a bite, play along with us. And as we go through each segment, we'll start checking off these boxes together, and it may open up some other conversations. I think everyone should be thankful that we made neither the QR code square nor the TikTok square drinking squares, or this could turn out to be a very different evening for all of us. So what we want you to do is mark each trope as you see them. And then when you get bingo, 5 in a row, we gave you a free square in the middle, snap a picture of that, send it to us either at the Facebook Messenger link, and I'll show you that in a moment, or email it to us, and the first 10 people who send us a completed bingo card are going to get some limited edition Sooth swag like shot glasses, ball caps. We've got some fun stuff to send out. So when your bingo cards are done, send them either to hello@soothbetold.com or at Facebook at our page, which is facebook.com/soothbetold. So again, the 5 battles, it's Bud Light, Busch Light, and Mick Ultra in the first battle of the beers. The second round, we may not look at those back-to-back based on when the spots air. We're going to look at Miller Lite and Coors Light. You're probably aware that both being owned by the same parent company, Molson Coors, they are sharing a spot with DraftKings, and we're very interested to see how that plays out and what sort of message comes through against the Heineken 0.0 spot featuring Paul Rudd as Ant-Man. The colorful candy controversy really only has one brand in it, because there's been so much talk about the decision M&M's made in response to some media backlash around the M&M's changing their personalities and their footwear. So they've subbed in Maya Rudolph as their spokesperson. We're going to be looking at Maya, the spokes candies, and also the naysayers who are having trouble with the brand seemingly no matter what they do. We've now seen the spokes candies make reappearances this week in social media, on Spotify and in other places, and it's going to be interesting to get into how all this plays out for the brand and the people who love it, because it's one of the most ubiquitous brands in America. FanDuel and DraftKings, again, my take on this is if you just landed on this planet and I told you these two companies were in the same business, you would not know it by their advertising. So we're going to get into how that breaks down for the audiences and who we think did a better job. And then the 4-way battle royale that we call Salty AF will be Doritos, Pringles, Planters, and Popcorners. And they've all taken very different points of view. Some lean in really hard on the product and some don't. And we'll talk about whether that's a good idea or not. Then, after we've gone through all the battles, we're going to get back together with David and Megan towards the end of the game, look at what we thought was good, bad, and ugly. And those may or may not be spots that we talk about within the rivalries, so that'll open us up into a lot of the other high-profile advertising. I'll tell you right now, I'll drop a hint. I mentioned it earlier in social media. I gave out one perfect score of 30. I also gave one spot of 5. Neither of those are in the battles. So I'm going to get into that with you when we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So please send in your bingo cards. Thanks for being a part of this. We can't wait to keep interacting with you throughout the night. We want your comments. We're going to be taking some and responding to them live during the stream. If you want to learn more about Sooth, find us on the web at soothbetold.com. Follow us at Sooth Be Told on any of these platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, where we're streaming live. And let's talk. Send me an email, soothbetold.com. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Get together with David and Megan and kick this off the right way. Thanks.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio.
We are back live from Brooklyn for Soother Bowl 2023. I'm joined now by my friends Megan Peters and David Brody. I'm going to let you tell them, I'm going to let them tell you more about themselves. But let me tell you why we brought these folks in. What we're trying to do is bring as many different perspectives to the conversation as we can. It's not a bunch of advertising people talking about advertising, because we're really trying to advocate for the consumer here, for the audience. So I think when you learn more about their backgrounds, you'll get exactly why they're sitting here and also get a bit of a flavor for where we're headed. Then we'll start to break down the battles before we send you back for the kickoff. So welcome, Megan.
Thanks, Ian. It's great to be here. I appreciate that warm intro. And I come from a variety of backgrounds. Have worked at places like Mashable, the Wall Street Journal, and was at Facebook for 8 years. So I'm really coming at you from the perspective of the community, of what the people feel about these ads. I'm currently with the Idea Integration Co. running strategy for them, and this is a lot of the kind of work we do as well. So I'm very excited to bring this perspective to you, and I will hand it over to our friend David to introduce himself.
Hi, well, as Ian said, I'm David Brody. You may know me from the Elvis Duran in the Morning Show. You might know me from the Brooklyn Boys podcast. You may ask yourself, why is there a comedy writer, podcast, radio guy here in an advertising live stream? Well, part of my job as executive producer was to work with clients and agencies and account executives and find creative ways to make their product fit into our morning show. And we also had to market our show. We had to know who our demographic was. I had to write comedy based on who I thought was listening. Everything we did was, in essence, marketing to the audience. And I'm from Brooklyn, so obviously I'm opinionated. And I know Ian since junior high school, and he kind of owed me a favor. So, hi, everybody. Hi, Slices.
So happy that both of you are here. I couldn't ask for two better partners to do this with. We are going to be flying, as I said earlier, by the seat of our pants. So this is happening live, although we've been talking about these spots all week. You know, there's been a drip, day by day, more spots getting pre-released. We've started to break down some of these battles. The whole rivalry angle really seemed to emerge, and watching the way these brands are going to fight it out during the game. So as we start to get into this, it's really interesting to look not just at the way each brand represents itself, but if they're going head to head for those same consumers who have those same needs. We're going to take a very critical look at who we think did that well, and who we think may need to get a little more in touch with their audience on an emotional level. I'm curious, David, I'll start with you. When we look at these battles, and we've talked about the battle of the light beers, and that's very telling right there. They're seemingly all light or reduced calorie or reduced alcohol beers in the Super Bowl this year. We're going to look at 6 different beers there. We're going to look at the battle of those salty snacks. We're going to look at M&Ms. What jumps out to you as the most interesting of the rivalries so far?
I like the beer rivalry a lot. I think there's a very different take from one beer to another, whether people are dancing in their house or playing golf. There's not the same machismo, football players and horses, and it's different this year. There's a noticeable difference. I kind of like that. I also want to correct you on something. You said that we've been talking about commercials for a few days. We've been doing Zoom calls every day for 3 weeks. We've been arguing and debating and fighting with each other.
Fair.
So expect us not to agree. We have some things we're going to throw at each other at some point. Penalty flags, and although we have a red one here, thank you. This is maybe for a replay, but it's also a BS detector. So if we disagree blatantly, I'm going to just throw it at. I may just throw it at him because again, we know each other a long time and we're from Brooklyn. That's what we do. So yeah, I think the beer category, although the salty AF may be my second favorite, the chips and all that, and it's something that we both do not like.
And how? What about you, Megan? Which one's got you most
Yeah, I see what David's saying about beer and salty snacks. They're both gonna be great, but I think my favorite is really what's going on with M&Ms. I think there's just so much to say about it. If anything, it's really a controversy with the people, and that is fascinating to me. And I think that we're gonna learn a lot from how the spot turns out, because it's sort of set up as this, rivalry between Maya Rudolph and the spokes candies themselves. But I'm optimistic that we're gonna actually see some sort of collaboration and coming together of those two parties in this ad.
And Ian was going to wear high heels, but because of political pressure, he's wearing sneakers tonight. It's affecting everybody.
Well, I think the point you bring out on the role audiences have already played in the M&M's controversy is an interesting one, because really all of these, for the most part, are brands trying to make their own case in a competitive battle. The reason we set up M&M's as its own competitive battle is because you've actually got people who love that brand vehemently disagreeing about how it should be represented in advertising. And there's been, the spoke candies went away, now they're coming back, but they're not coming back on TV. We're seeing them in social media. It seems like that is one where the audience is very actively driving the conversation. And it's been pretty unpredictable all week. We really don't know how it's going to play out.
M&M's biggest competitor is M&M's. They have to be fighting in the boardroom, the creative room, over what to do, how to fix this. We'll see if Maya Rudolph is the answer. If I'm betting on FanDuel's or DraftKings, my prop bet is no. They do not fix it. We'll see.
Well, and speaking of FanDuel, I mean, so some of these, the spots have been pre-released. We've had a little opportunity to both preview them and speak about them amongst ourselves. The ultimate wild card is FanDuel with the Rob Gronkowski kick, with a bunch of people hoping they get a piece of $10 million, although, if he makes that kick, how much is that $10 million really going to mean to any one winner? But the spontaneity of that, the fact that they're doing a live ad, makes that one a total wild card for us. So where for some of these, we kind of have a sense of where the conversation's going to go. We've seen all the beer spots, for example. Anyone's guess on the way DraftKings and FanDuel plays out. Before we send you back, because we want to make sure that you're in place for halftime, we do respect the game and the other reason you're here. You may have noticed in the break some of those slates running through that have various Super Bowl advertising trivia questions. Hope you're having fun with that. We invite you to keep the conversation going. We love the comments that have already been flowing in. We're going to respond to them as we go, both on the social platforms when we're off camera, but even hopefully we'll have the opportunity to answer some questions and take some comments when we're right here streaming with you. So I'm going to send you back to check out the game, the advertising. Refill your drink. We'll see you in a little bit. Thanks.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth. It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio.
So we're back. Welcome back to Super Bowl 2023. Game's still going on, and the action's already pretty intense. We're going to start to break down some intense brand rivalry right now, and we're going to jump the gun a little bit on the light beer category, because while these spots have not aired yet on the Super Bowl, they were some of the very first spots to be pre-released. We're going to look at the all air as one block of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, which actually gets 2 spots, and Busch Light. So before we do, and this is the way we're going to break down each one of these segments, let's talk about the 3 emotional elements, and you'll see them on your score sheet if you're playing along at home, that really matter in this light beer category. We look at self-image. How does drinking this beer make me feel about myself, what I project to others? Fun, and fun has always been a big element in beer advertising, although it's taken a real turn if we look at the tone of a lot of what's happening in the category, from the kind of frat boy culture to something that's a lot more inclusive. And it's not a huge surprise when you consider that a couple of the largest beer brands in America now have female CMOs at the helm, and it's interesting to see what's happened in the work there. And then the final one is community, just feeling like you're part of a tribe who embrace this beer, what it represents culturally, from a standpoint of lifestyle decisions and otherwise. So I'm going to start to break these down. I'm going to bring these guys in. I thought there was one comment, though, that was particularly interesting as everything flowed in. You know, with the category having really turned from the battle of traditional full-calorie beers to being all about reduced calorie, reduced carb, reduced alcohol beverages, Kelly O'Brien made a comment on Facebook that we thought was really provocative. It almost seems as if they're less competing with traditional beers, maybe even less competing with each other, than they are with all of these other healthier beer-like beverages, the White Claws of the world, hard seltzers, hard sodas. And I think that is changing the entire tone of the conversation. So we're going to get into these 3 spots. We're going to start, and every one of us is putting our scores on these little whiteboards. So we're scoring 0 to 30 against the 3 emotional elements of self-image, fun, and community. And I'm actually going to ask us all to hold up our scores, and then I'll start the conversation and then hand it off. So what you can see, while we don't agree on everything, we all agreed we absolutely loved the Bud Light spot. So I'll tell you what I loved about Bud Light. I mean, this is a dynamic we have not seen play out in beer advertising in my recollection, where it's not about, you know, a rager or a day at the beach or any of the typical kind of worn out scenarios. This is a husband and wife coming together and having a really warm chemistry sort of moment around their shared love of the beer and this experience. Megan, what did you think about this spot? What worked for you?
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of the warmth of it. And, you know, this actually scored particularly high on community for me, which at first I thought was strange because there's only 2 people in the ad.
Yeah.
And when you think of community, you think a large group of people.
Absolutely.
I think what I liked about it, though, is I think that this is a very tender moment that probably a lot of couples have something similar, but you might never know about it in terms of, you know, your groups of friends or your other communities. But I think that it is a really relatable experience, and that's what I think I really liked about it.
Not to mention all the people who dance all on their own to on-hold music.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been known to do that a few times.
Yeah.
David, you also gave it a really high score.
I loved it. I felt that for community, I felt a little excluded. I felt like they're a perfect-looking couple in a beautiful house. And although I have a perfect relationship with my wife, our house doesn't look like that. I think for me the best part of the commercial was the on-hold bit, because that music, that song, is the most annoying song in the world, and it put me into the commercial as, God, I wish when I was on hold I had something to make me as happy as Bud Light, and a beautiful spouse, and a happiness, and that would take my mind off that hold music. So I loved the commercial. the community aspect.
And of course, you do have a beautiful spouse.
I absolutely do.
Okay, just want to make
Absolutely.
sure that.
Who I'm not sure is watching, but beautiful nonetheless. But I love the commercial. I thought it was a complete change from what's normal what we call normal for a beer commercial. It was just, for me, it was revolutionary, I would say. Loved it.
And by the way, if you don't think that song's the most annoying song in the world, tell us in comments online what you do find the most annoying song in the world. I'm just curious. Okay. Let's cleanse our palates and let's talk about Busch Light. Now, Busch Light, this is a brand we don't really expect to see in the Super Bowl. I think it's been 7 years since their last appearance in Super Bowl advertising. As I learned, even trying to find some Busch for us to have into the studio, not a universally distributed brand. Couldn't find it at Target, couldn't find it at the local bodega. So apologies to the folks at AB Bev for why that's not on the table.
But these days, Ian, you can't find Busch anywhere. Well, in the stores, I'm saying, we looked at all the stores. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about our scores.
Yes, absolutely, so am I.
Yeah. So, again, I promise it doesn't continue this way, but this is a spot we all liked a lot. I'll start out with what I liked about it. Now, let's set aside the fact that, yes, it is a bargain beer. It's something you usually find in a 24-pack at Costco, and not something that AB usually supports with national advertising. Also, the Sarah McLachlan play is interesting because it's airing right around the same time that the same Sarah Trope from her ASPCA ads is also showing up in advertising for an online shopping cart plugin called Bolt. So that set aside, I really liked the spot. I thought it took the category trope of toxic masculinity and kind of turned it on its side, had fun with it, somehow managed to be macho and inclusive at the same time. While all the spots don't feature Sarah McLachlan, it was certainly good for a laugh. I felt like it struck a lot of notes and actually, to me, made Busch Light a more credible beer in this premium space by being so inclusive.
That's so interesting because I had such a different interpretation. And I know, despite our numbers being similar, I'm probably the Paula Abdul of this trio, and most of my numbers are pretty high. So this is actually one like on the lower end for me.
Will you be dancing with DJ Scat Cat later in the night?
That makes me Randy. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, that's how we do it here at the Super Bowl. So I guess what I have to say about this is I don't know. I saw it inclusive in the sense of, you know, I actually scored it high on self-image because I recognize that this isn't my personal self-image that associates with, but I think that there is a consumer out there that's being spoken to who maybe hasn't been reached so directly before. But I still thought there was something about that interaction, especially maybe since we're talking about this right after Bud Light, which was like, there was so much warmth. There was like so much coldness of like him sort of being
literal.
like, no, yeah.
Snow.
Yeah. It was literally cold, but also sort of like, you know, Sarah, like get off my lawn or whatever. And I didn't, again, personally didn't totally love it, but I think there probably is somebody out there that this speaks to. So I think, you know, what's so just interesting, that the point you made about, you know, Busch Light never really even having that much of its own advertising space, like clearly they're, you know, trying something different here with, you know, making it for a certain type of person.
I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it. I thought the burly guy in the flannel made you want to be the burly guy in the flannel who hunts and fishes. The Sarah McLachlan thing was tremendous, where that's not a dog, it's a wolf. That was funny. I do think they missed an opportunity using a Sarah McLachlan type punchline, which was, you know, for only 20 cents a sip, you too can enjoy the cold, refreshing taste of Busch. You know, the old 30 cents a day, you can support a dog. I would have liked to have seen that in the commercial. I think that was a missed opportunity. I did like it. I did like that I saw Sarah McLachlan and a canine animal and didn't want to change the channel immediately. Because normally you go, oh, that song.
That right there.
Arms of an Angel, and you go. So it made me want to stay around. I thought it was funny, and I think it was good that she poked fun at herself. So I did like that.
We got one more to talk about. I actually think you got my wiper thing.
Okay, here you go.
So we got one more to talk about. Well, it's actually two spots, and that's Michelob Ultra. There's, we all probably have these movies that When we're flipping channels, we always have to stop on it. For me, Step Brothers at the top of that list, but Caddyshack is right there. So you have me immediately when you start to spoof Caddyshack. But let's talk overall about this approach they took with Tony Romo and others stepping into these familiar character roles. So we'll talk about our scores. I will tell you right out of the gate, I didn't love it. How about you guys?
Didn't love it.
Megan loved
I liked it.
Megan, I want to start with you then, because so what made this work for you so much better, for example, than what they did with Bush Light?
You know, it's interesting because for me, it's actually not that much about Caddyshack. I mean, I've seen the movie and I think it's funny. It's not necessarily something I watch over and over.
All right, we have to talk about
But okay, so, yeah, maybe that needs to change. I don't know. But I guess, I mean, I think I like the juxtaposition of all the celebrities in it. They were all people I wouldn't necessarily expect to see together, but was so pleasantly surprised to see together and felt like they worked well. You'll probably actually see that as a theme in my commentary throughout, because other ads, I don't think it works as well when you sort of have this random hodgepodge of people who don't make sense together. But I felt that there was some harmony in this particular case.
Well, all I'll jump in with there is, look, there's always a risk when you use celebrities who are known for something other than acting and you ask them to act. I thought Tony Romo, especially in the spot where he is just in the Carl Spengler character, the Bill Murray character from Caddyshack, he actually nailed it. He did a really good job. He was funny. You wanted to watch.
Yeah.
I didn't think he contributed as much to the other, and the other spot was a lot messier to me. But overall, I think where I really struggled here, when we think about those emotions of self-image and fun and community, it sort of felt like they had their foot in two different boats that might have been drifting apart. They were leaning in to the longtime trope of beer and guys and sports and trash talking and competition, and Caddyshack, of course, being a movie really, and as has played out right here, most associated with a certain generation of mostly men. So it's like they have that one foot in that boat, and yet they're also trying to make it a bigger conversation at the same time. And to me, it was sort of that old adage of, you know, if you stand in the middle of the road, it's probably where you're going to get run over. So definitely did not work as well for me, frankly, as either of the other spots in the category. So we're going to move on from the Battle of the Light Beers. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing on our bullshit bingo card. So we had FanDuel, we've already seen in the teasers for the Gronk kick that's coming, do this very self-referential, so that box up at the top where it's an ad referencing its own Super Bowl advertising, there it is, and you're going to see more of that. We already know it. We're already beginning to see the barrage of QR codes too. But anything else you've seen in the other spots, and especially, let's talk about in that Gronk spot, that's raising any curiosities with either of you guys?
I mean, either he makes the kick or he doesn't. There's no build-up needed at this point. We've seen the build-up. We've seen him practicing. We've seen him, you know, he's kicking everything besides.
Do you have any doubt he's going to make that kick?
Yeah, I do. Because it's a 25-yard line means it's a 35-yard kick, right? There are professional kickers that shank that sometimes. There's pressure. Someone may call a timeout and try to freeze him. Who knows? I think listen, I think FanDuel wants him to make that kick. They want to give away that $10 million so that they can say they gave away the $10 million, and you have a chance of winning like 8. That being said, no, there's either kicks or doesn't, but I don't need to see any more commercials. Kick the football already. Let's go.
Fair point. Yeah, and also knowing what most NFL locker rooms are like and the amount of respect that kickers get, if Gronk misses this kick, he is never going to live it down with people like Stephen Gostkowski. He's never coming back from that. Anyway, so keep on going with us. We're going to be back breaking down, most likely, the Maya Rudolph M&M's campaign in a little bit. Keep feeding us your comments. We'll see you in a bit.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is.
Hey, we're back live from Brooklyn. You know, when we look back on Super Bowl 2023 and we talk about where the show started to take a dark turn, it could be on Boozeapalooza. We're going to start talking about the Remy Martin and Crown Royal. We've all got a glass of Remy in our hands.
Cheers.
Cheers, Mike.
Cheers. Oh, wait. All right, hey. All right.
Cheers to you. So, cognac.
Oh, boy. I think I like the commercial better.
Okay, that's really not bad. Speaking of which, let's talk about this category. So for Boozeapalooza, right, there's really three things. If you're a spirits brand, and I have spent my entire career working in this category, so much is about the way the spirit makes you feel about yourself, the image you want to project. So we see self-image, confidence, and expression. They're really all fairly closely aligned, probably the three most closely aligned of our emotional elements. So then the question becomes, how did Remy Martin, with the Serena Williams spot that we just saw, and then Crown Royal, which pre-released their spot, they've been teasing it all week. Now we've seen the full reveal released online with Dave Grohl. You'll see it during the game. Let's break down these two. We're going to start with the Serena Williams Remy Martin spot that just aired. So, well, David votes for the Mets.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one spot we didn't have on our score sheet, but I know David will be excited to talk
It
about.
ran locally in New York, so I have to give him props.
So we all like this. I liked it a little less than my fellow refs. I'll lead off and then hand off to them. But what really worked for me, and a lot worked for me in that Serena Williams spot, it's really one of the first times we've seen spirits advertising of any sort really leaning in to a woman in charge. And we know Serena Williams not only as one of the greatest athletes of her generation, but we also know her as an entrepreneur, a business leader, somebody who commands a boardroom as well as she commands a tennis court. And they really play up all of that well. She is an ideal role model. It felt to me like the product was more of a cameo player in all this. You know, cognac's a bit of a strange category for people to enter. You even saw our reaction when we were picking it up. It's not as ubiquitous as whiskey or vodka. So personally, I would have wished for a little more of an entree into the world of cognac. If you're going that broad in a Super Bowl ad, it's the first time we've ever seen Remy there. But I really don't have anything bad to say. I think sometimes celebrities can be misused. I thought this was an excellent, authentic use of a celebrity talent. And again, on those elements of self-image, confidence, expression, I probably felt the expression a little bit less, which is why my score was lower than my friends. But nice work.
Yeah, I agree. I think Serena Williams is just such a fantastic leader in so many dimensions, and I felt inspired by her watching. I mean, I'm inspired by her regardless, but like seeing her give a motivational speech like that was really cool. And I felt like even just the creative of the ad, like how the lighting was, all of that just kind of added to, you know, I guess like heighten that impact that she could have. And yeah, I was definitely impressed with that aspect of it. It did rank a little low on expression for me though, because I felt like you didn't see other people expressing themselves. It was all about, you know, what she had to say and them listening to her. But then it would have kind of been nice to see maybe some sort of results or impact of her speech as part of it, but overall still thought it was good.
I want to ask you one more question before we go on to David. When we all saw the Blue Angels fly overhead at the start of the game, somebody here in the studio made the comment that they wished it didn't feel like such a big deal for all those fighter jet pilots to be women. And one thing that I felt, but of course my perspective is going to be different from yours, I felt like by making Serena Williams being a female a non-issue, treating it as, of course she is commanding this room, of course she is delivering this emotional, what feels like a locker room speech, but plays out on a lot of different dimensions. I thought they handled it really well and speaks to, frankly, a more hopeful future for the way strong females are featured in advertising. But again, that's the perspective of a dude.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. It's I thought that was great, and I'm sure that ad wouldn't have spoken to me as much if it were, a man. Like, I think, I can't necessarily say like Serena's relatable. I call her like aspirational, right? Like, but right, she could be aspirational to both men and women because she truly is the GOAT, right?
Yeah, absolutely. David?
I like the commercial. I gave it a high score. Visually stunning. Serena's amazing. Self-image, powerful. I scored it high in all three categories. I'll tell you what I have a problem with. I give it a little bit of an FTX vibe. Not the cryptocurrency, illegal, go to jail thing. But more, last year, Larry David was in the FTX commercial, and nobody could remember what the commercial was. They just loved the Larry David thing. I don't think a lot of people are going to remember this was a Remy Martin commercial. Nobody was drinking, right? There was nothing about the actual cognac. There was a logo at the end, which was dark in a dark setting.
You saw a couple of glasses
here and there, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not more apt to drink cognac. I'm more apt to be a fan of Serena Williams for sure. And I think that's going to be the Serena Williams commercial and not the Remy Martin commercial. And I think that's a problem when you're spending $7 million.
Yeah, and look, I thought to both of these spirits campaigns we saw, there's a bit of a where's Waldo factor in both of these ads where it's a little hard to find the product. It seemed to be much more of a strong supporting player in the Remy Serena spot, probably not as front and center as you'd like, especially if we are embracing this female leadership angle. We all the time in advertising and entertainment see men with glasses of brown liquor in their hands, and when we see women that way, it's almost played ironically or for comedy. So the fact that they embraced it the way they did, I would have liked to have seen more of the product. Let's change gears, moving on to the more traditional consumer of brown liquor as portrayed in advertising. A man in his 50s wearing reading glasses, even though he also is a member of two of the greatest rock groups of all time. So let's talk about what we thought of Crown Royal and Dave Grohl. I'm ready to go with my score because I got to write while
we were talking.
Megan and David were talking.
Okay.
So I can already see that we don't agree on this one.
Well, we all agree it's below 20.
Well,
Below
mine's
21.
Yeah.
We all agree it's below 21. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody got blackjack.
Nobody got blackjack.
Right.
Yeah, and 13, not a lucky number when it goes to 30. So before we do that, of course,
Yeah.
we're going to
Okay.
imbibe. By the way, those of you who do send in your bingo cards, the first 10 people to send a completed bingo card, among other things, are going to get this lovely limited edition Sooth or Dare shot glass that features all of our emotional elements. So cheers,
Cheers.
friends.
And for those of you who know me personally or are a fan of mine personally, you know my favorite alcoholic beverage is Diet Coke with no ice. So wish me luck,
So
everybody.
enjoy your blended Canadian whiskey. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh,
Oh, that's fine. All right, I'm going to lead off and hand off to these guys.
I'm getting in a moment. Oh, verklempt.
Keep the camera on me. Somebody get Brody a bucket.
Yeah.
So the Crown Royal commercial I found a little bit bizarre. Really, prominently featured celebrity, but really all we're talking about is that the whiskey comes from Canada and the references to other things that come from Canada. So now people can debate whether football really comes from Canada or, oh, good, get Brody a water. But there was absolutely no attention paid to a product that really isn't that well understood other than by people who already buy it. So, it's a blended Canadian whiskey. Yes, we don't really think of whiskey coming from Canada. But when I think of that self-image, confidence, expression, reading a bunch of trivia facts by Dave Grohl, who's not even Canadian. I really didn't get what they were going for here. It just fell flat to me.
Yeah, I mean, I had to give at least a decent score to this one just because I love Dave Grohl, so I can't not knock him. But what I thought, because I guess what I thought that they were maybe trying to go for, and to be fair, like I think I really had to like reach to come to like a thought on this. It seemed like maybe because it was sort of trivia and yeah, he had the glasses, like they were maybe trying to reach sort of a more intellectual type person who kind of associates themselves with, yeah, I guess like drinking Crown
Or just
Royal
older, because he seemed to need them to read.
Yeah, yeah, maybe that too, right? And you know, I actually think it's impressive how relevant he's kept himself over the years, but you know, probably the bulk of his fan base is in their 40s and 50s now, right? So there probably is something there, but like maybe they were really trying to get at somebody who wants to be an intellectual and sort of like be a curious mind and sort of know all these facts, but also isn't, you know, so much, I guess when it comes to the expression, doesn't necessarily want to be seen as like a know-it-all, like sort of is somebody who's like smart, but can kind of keep it to themselves in a way that's like not obnoxious, right? Like that's the only thing I could really see here. I think I don't know, maybe because I just do personally love Dave Grohl so much, I'm like giving him a lot of credit. But I think the interesting thing about
it's a big reason they chose him, because people love Dave Grohl.
Yeah, right.
And
he's
he bridges
very
generations,
lovable.
he bridges genders, he bridges genres. I get all that.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, he's really good at what he does. And even, you know, I mean, I probably know more than the average person because I actually read the book he came out with, you know, about his life about a year or two ago. And he's, you know, he actually never even finished high school. Like he dropped out to go be a musician because he saw that that's what he was good at and he wasn't a good student. So that
see, that would have been so much more inspiring than finding out peanut butter was invented in Canada.
Right, yeah, and like I mean, I thought about that a lot as I was trying to like figure out like, oh, like they're reaching this intellectual, but that's so interesting to me that they would choose Dave Grohl for that because you know, he, you know, certain, like, I think, I actually thought he was a good writer, like his book was really good. I think he's clearly very smart and has done really well for himself, but I think, you know, not necessarily like book smart, so to speak, in the sense that, you know, he wasn't necessarily like an academic, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that was an interesting choice, but then thinking about both him and Serena as the people like taking Crown Royal and Remy or being the face of them, they both like have such wide appeal in an interesting way. Like, I mean, the thing about Serena is like a lot of times, you know, a woman like needs to be like, there's sort of a dichotomy of like, well, is she seen as sort of like sexy and the woman that all the guys want to be with, or is she seen as kind of like a girl's girl and like people or that, you know, other women can get along with. And I feel like she supersedes that. I'd even put Dave Grohl in that category too, where I think that, you know, like women can definitely find him sexy, but then guys I think also can relate to him because, you know, he kind of seems like a pretty laid back, like someone that, you know, you could like have a glass of Crown Royal with, I'm sure.
And Brody's always telling me how sexy he finds
So,
Dave
yeah.
Grohl.
The sexiest.
Yeah.
I'm all up in his foo. I mean, I don't fight it at all. I love Dave Grohl, but Crown Royal has been advertising for maybe 2 years with Anthony Ramos.
Right.
Brilliant actor, really nice guy. Walking around his neighborhood with the Crown Royal in the velour bag, saying hi to people, his family. The whole community's into Crown Royal. They could have just run those ads in the Super Bowl. I love Dave Grohl. I would have liked to have seen Dave Grohl on stage, come off stage, have a sip of Crown Royal. But like, yeah, rocker dude likes Crown Royal. That guy's awesome, Crown Royal. And, you know, fade to black. Instead, I got trivia questions about Canada. I don't think Crown Royal's selling point should be that it's from Canada. It doesn't change my mind one way or another, unless you're in Canada, in which case you're like, oh, well, I'm proud of my, you know, my whiskey. I didn't like it. I thought that the lead up was good. I thought the teaser commercials were good. The clues were like, oh, I wonder what this is about. First of all, they released it before the Super Bowl, so we all knew the answer. And I didn't think the answer was so like, oh my God. It was like, okay, Canadians invented peanut butter. Next.
Yeah.
So I think it's a missed opportunity, and I think Dave Grohl could have been used in a better way.
I want to cover a couple of other things moving on from this, but I do want to go back to one point Megan, that you brought up, because I thought it was really interesting. The way the Remy Martin work embraced the accomplishments of Serena Williams was spot on. And it's a little bit surprising that Dave Grohl was used almost more as like a comic foil, as a vehicle, as a game show host. Yeah.
What do these things have in common?
It was a strange
Write your
play.
answers down on the paper. You know.
Before we send you back, we're going to talk about bingo a little bit, and then I want to talk about one spot that seems to be getting under our skin, which is not in one of our battles. So we've seen our first superhero, everyone, if you're paying attention, when the Flash showed up, and of course I'm super excited about the cameo of Michael Keaton in that. We have seen our first blockchain reference. We didn't bring this up earlier, but with a blockchain-driven, what's the name of the game? Limit Break?
Limit Break, yeah.
Yeah, Limit Break. So we have seen a blockchain reference there, so please make sure you hit those boxes. And before we go, one spot that we had a lot of anticipation for, a campaign we had a lot of anticipation for, was the launch of the new formulation of Pepsi Zero Sugar, featuring absolute movie star A-listers in Steve Martin and Ben Stiller. The spots were pre-released, so we've seen them all, and we've seen the first Steve Martin spot on the air. And David, I know you've got strong feelings.
I do. I think Ben Stiller and Steve Martin are great. They're like a buddy team, like Abbott and Costello in the commercials, for those of you who remember those guys. So I found it amusing. The one with Steve Martin that we saw a few minutes ago really bothered me, because the commercial is about acting, right? The whole campaign is about acting. And he says, you know, the thrill of success. It was acting? And he does a bunch of little scenes, and he says, I was acting. Then he takes a sip of the Pepsi, and he says, oh, it's fantastic. Or was I acting? Find out for yourself by buying one. Well, I don't know if I want Steve Martin or my spokesperson possibly lying to me that he didn't like it. Because he should have said, am I acting? Not this time. I liked it, and you will too. That's what I would have done. But if I'm seeing him say, I could be lying, so you just had a sip, and there's a 50-50 chance you hated it, and now I'm going to spend my money? Not doing it.
Well, the cola category is very often, when we speak about branding on a more academic level, we usually point to cola as one of those categories where, like, look, it's fizzy, sweet, brown liquid. Okay, that's what it is, and 99% of what's in all these cans is pretty much the same. So branding's really important. That doesn't mean what's in the can isn't important. And I think when you are heralding the introduction of a reformulation and essentially a product relaunch, it's kind of shocking to me that I know absolutely nothing about that product except Ben Stiller and Steve Martin may or may not be telling the truth when they say they like it. I thought it was a really odd play on behalf of the brand, and yeah, personally, I didn't get it. Okay, so Megan, unless there's anything you want to add there.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add is maybe I could sort of believe Steve Martin talking about acting based on his performance in the show that's named
Only Murders in the Building?
Yes, thank you. Because he is an actor in that, and he talks.
Parenthood.
Yeah, he talks a lot about that. Right.
Jerk.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it being kind of like recent and something that I think has put him more in the forefront of people's minds more currently, and probably even brought him into a new demographic. Like I know a lot of people think it's odd, the pairing of like,
especially because there are people who watch that show primarily
for Selena Gomez, right? Who wouldn't otherwise necessarily like be so aware. They might know Steve Martin, but like not actually like have experienced him in that way. Anyway, yeah, so I guess I could believe it from that standpoint, but I think what David does make a good point of is it maybe seems a little bit desperate that they're like, well, go try it. Like, and you know, I think you might have an expectation that, you know, somebody like that would do a little more of the work for you.
By the way, one of the things I love about having a comedy writer in the room is so far I think I've heard you attempt to punch up every single spot we've seen.
Oh yeah, look, if you're a marketing or advertising agency that needs a comedy writer, I'm available. No, but I watch with a critical eye, and as a comedy writer, I watch comedies, late night talk shows, and I think, how would I have delivered that joke, or SNL, and I go, well, what would I have? And so watching these commercials with a critical eye, I'm drawn to think, well, what could they have done? What could they have added? And we'll talk about that with the Doritos commercial, because I think that was a huge missed opportunity from my standpoint, although I love the people in it. We'll talk about that, and I'll tell you what I would have done when we get to that commercial later.
So you're going to get salty over the salty.
I'm going to get salty AF.
There we go. All right. We're sending you back to the game and the game within the game, and we'll catch back up with you in a little bit. Keep the questions coming. Thank you so much for being here. Have fun.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is, listen.
So, holy cow, the action on the field is insane, and the action between the action is just as insane. We were all sort of heating up about coming back to talk to you about Doritos and some of the salty snacks, and we have some serious thoughts on Doritos. But then just as we were going to dive in there, Maya Rudolph and M&M said, hold my beer. Well, hold my light beer, right? Because then we have Miller Lite and Coors Light and Blue Moon and what exactly is happening here? So the conversation back here is blowing up. We're going to send you back to watch Rihanna, and then we have so much to get into. We're going to come back and talk about Maya Rudolph and the colorful candy controversy right after halftime. And I just got a penalty flag. See you in a bit.
There it is, listen. It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio. There is so much to learn in the Sooth Studio.
Hey, welcome. We're still live from Brooklyn, Soother Bowl 2023, and we are really having some fascinating conversation about these ads. Wait a minute. We're going to talk about M&Ms, but
Where are they?
Where are the M&Ms? Well,
Oh.
all right. Well,
Okay.
had to happen, right?
You got any clams?
Yeah.
Okay, look. Let's talk about clams for a minute. I'd like to speak on behalf of the humble clam. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I grew up on the damn things. I grew up on Sheepshead Bay. We used to walk over and get. I like clams in every form. I like them steamed. I love steamers. I like clam sauce. I like a baked clam. I like a raw clam. I don't want clams in my M&Ms. So let's talk about this for a minute. But first, let's talk about the category itself. So, you know, when it comes to snack foods, the emotion that really, so much of it's about freedom. Snacking is one of the more expressive things we do. So we're looking for freedom. We're looking for fun to really come through when we get into snack foods. We're going to talk about this in the salty snacks category later on. But all the research, more and more, snacks are a form of kind of self-identification and being exactly who I want to be. I can be indulgent. I can be healthy. I can... All that said, we're talking about an absolutely beloved candy brand here that's gone through a lot lately, that's made them a story in mainstream news, not just among those of us who talk about brands and advertising for a living. So before we get into the whole conversation, you might have seen in a social media tease I did earlier, I spoke about how I rated one spot a 30 out of 30, and we'll talk about that. And I gave another one a 5, which I thought was my low mark. It's not anymore after seeing the M&M spot. So let's get our scores up, and then let's talk about them.
All right. Wow. I think I'm pretty generous here.
Well, yeah, because that's like almost 4 times our score combined. So, Megan,
This is
I'm going to
not a
let you
number
lead
one.
this off.
This is not like their number one. This is not. They got a 1 out of.
And an
out of
oh my
30.
God.
Yeah. Oh my God.
All right, Megan, you're up.
I mean, like, I am the Paula Abdul of this trio, so I think, as expected, mine would be a little bit higher.
Am I Simon? He's Randy? Or
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that works for me.
You sort of like this commercial?
Well, I think that I'm trying really hard to give them some credit for doing
I'm
something.
throwing a flag.
Doing something different.
I'm throwing a flag.
No credit.
Gotta let
No
Megan
credits
talk.
due.
Okay, I'm throwing a flag on you.
I'm
for
saying I'm
shutting
going
me
to throw
up.
it.
I mean, Randy and Simon would have done the same thing.
Right,
so,
true.
like, this is just true to form. I mean, I think that there's something here about they're almost like trying to show what happens when brands listen, but then also how detrimental that can be. I think there's a lot happening in the past few years with like cancel culture, and there's all this.
So you think they were giving people a dose of their own medicine?
Well, there's sort of like all this self-censorship that I think your average person doesn't really think about when they just spew their stream of consciousness on Twitter or whatever. And I think this is sort of like almost a play on, well, okay, you want to like talk down about the spokes candies, you want to diss those guys, here's what happens. Like,
Careful what you ask for. You may wind up with a clam in your M&Ms.
Exactly. Because even when I was, reading the press about like Maya Rudolph putting out a statement, like she said something so incredibly generic, like, I'm so thrilled to be a part of such a great brand that I love so much, like something not Maya Rudolph-y. Like if she was really like being herself and this was a true, play to make Maya the new kind of like person for M&Ms.
So you think the whole
I think
thing
she
was
would have made a
misdirection
joke.
play?
Yeah, I think they were basically just trying to, show everyone like, here's what happens when
Then why didn't
you
it
make
work?
a
You
play.
only gave it an 11.
I think that it's almost a little bit too much and a little bit complicated. And I think when I think specifically about these emotional elements in terms of, so what they scored highest on were freedom and fun. I gave them like what I feel like are neutral scores. I gave them 5s for each of those. Because it's something interesting about freedom, because the whole concept is the spokes candies are like jailed, right? Like they have 0 freedom. And it's almost like they're saying like, okay, well, if our consumers want to have their freedom of expression, like that's only channeled through Maya, and sort of like here are the negative consequences of what that does, like sort of in your face. And I also give it a neutral for fun, because I think they were trying really hard to be fun. And I think there's something about Maya that's always going to be a little bit fun versus, you know, they could have taken like a little bit of a darker direction with it than they did. And then wellness, I basically gave no points because it's like, you know, I just don't even really see how it's candy, and like how could that, like with so much drama, I feel like there isn't really any wellness there.
Well, and one thing it's worth pointing out is when we talk about the element of wellness, that doesn't just have a physical component. Happiness, a positive state of mind, that's also wellness.
Happy as clams.
There
That's
you
what they're
go.
going for. Thank you.
All right, so then let's segue to you, because while I was feeling a little guilty and sheepish putting up a 2, you put up the big Uno.
Yeah. I don't know how much the person got paid for sitting in a pitch room who said, I have an idea, let's have clams. Like, it's so out of left field. And I told you, we didn't know what the spot was going to be. I said, I think it might be Maya in a green M&M costume, wearing high heels proudly, not caring about the pundits. And although it's not a spokesperson, she's the new spokesperson. She's the new green M&M. She can wear heels because she's, you know, a woman, and she can wear heels if she wants to wear heels. I thought maybe she'd be naked in a tub with M&Ms, and like just her, you know, certain body parts were showing out of the M&Ms. M&Ms melts in your mouth, not in your tub. I thought that would be clever. Again, hire me. I'm available.
Did you really come up with that?
Is that bad?
No.
Sorry. I'm just saying these are things I thought they might do. Not that I necessarily would do, but I thought there were cute ideas to make her fun. Maya Rudolph is fun, and she's funny, and she can sing, and she can dance, and she has a lot of talent. This was a train wreck as far as I'm concerned. You look on social media, Twitter's killing this.
Yeah, look, I don't know how you make Maya Rudolph this uninteresting and this unfunny. That's one of the biggest struggles I had. It's like they look for a spokesperson that, I used to work on this brand. The internal line you always heard when you worked on M&Ms was, it's colorful, candy, fun. And what we saw was colorful clam confusion, right? Because I so am fascinated by your angle that it's actually all a big careful what you ask for play. Although if that's what it was, I still don't think it worked, because I don't think it landed with anything positive. First of all, I think the brand was just getting assailed by all sides of that political argument over the last couple of weeks. Not doing enough, doing too much. The spokes candies are out, but now they show up asking for help because suddenly there's clams inside my M&M. I'm not sure what the bang for the buck is there, or in what way this benefits people who love the brand or love Maya Rudolph.
Well, I think that like they're setting up some contrast where Maya Rudolph, who on the surface should be super fun, is made unfun and gives the spokes candies back a little bit of power. Because they were way more fun than Maya Rudolph, right?
Yeah, I sure thought so.
Yeah.
So they were intentionally bad to make the M&Ms look better.
We're all trying. We're as mystified as, according to what we're reading in social media, as mystified as most of you are about exactly what the play was here. Maybe it's not over. Maybe there's more to be revealed before the game is out, because it left us in a weird place.
I
Maybe
think
there's
that's
a follow-up
exactly
M&M
right.
commercial we don't know about where they're like, okay, you wanted us gone. I bet you're glad we're back now. I'd pay for that.
Yeah.
Not $7 million, but I'd.
If you're playing bingo, we've seen a whole bunch of punching, kicking, and slapping lately. So make sure you hit that box. We've seen multiple celebrity spots at this point. We've also seen Jennifer Coolidge ostensibly become magically more attractive using cosmetics that she finds sticky. So that'll be a whole separate conversation. So if you haven't checked off those, make sure you do. We're actually going to come back pretty quickly after this next break, and we're going to catch up on the other spot that people are all lit up about in social media, which was that amalgam of it's a Coors Light ad, it's a Miller Lite ad, it's a Blue Moon ad. Yeah. So we'll come back and see on that one a little bit. Keep the comments coming on social media. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio.
We are back from Brooklyn for Super Bowl 2023. These ads have taken some twists and turns, huh? So now we're coming back to the second round of the beer conversation, what we call the...
I'm throwing a flag.
Challenge.
I have one more thing to say about M&Ms before we move on to beer.
Well, it's good because beer and clams are a perfect combination.
They actually are.
They are. They're delicious.
Beer and M&Ms, unfortunately, are not. But I think, you know, we kind of left the conversation about how I feel like this is giving more empathy for the spokes candies and sort of elevating them a little bit. And the other thing I've really always thought about these candies is like, if I were the person creating those characters, my inspirations would be, you know, like the Mickey Mouse and the whole, you know, cast of Disney characters, or, you know, even like Looney Tunes or other like cohesive groups of, you know, of cartoon characters, right? And I think that the M&M spokes candies don't have the level of fame as like the Disney characters or what have you. And I think that this...
Or character development.
Yeah, exactly. And this gives them just the start of that. And I think you did ask me earlier, you know, why didn't I score it? Like, I scored it better than both of you, but like still not quite that well.
Combined.
And yeah, actually, yeah. Let's just multiply your answers and get mine. But yeah, I mean, I think that there is much more to be seen here. I think that this is just scratching the surface of what M&M's is going to do next. I think they're really going to try to launch the spokes candies into being much more the forefront of their brand.
Well, I think it'll be good for them to assert who they are, and instead of right now, I think the way it feels as they're just left up to the court of public opinion. And so maybe this is an interesting play there. Okay, speaking of interesting plays, so the other three beers we want to talk about, the amalgam of Miller Lite and Coors Light, both owned by the same parent company, Molson Coors, usually not something you would telegraph to a slight case of, like, you know, careful, your corporate structure is showing. And then the inclusion of a third Molson Coors brand at the end of that spot. We've got some stuff to talk about with these beers. So let's just talk about the emotions first. We covered it a bit earlier, but quickly. Beer is about self-image, how I feel about myself when I've got that beer in my hand, a sense of fun, and certainly that you're part of a community of people who share your taste in beer and in lifestyle. So, David, well, let's all get to our scores. Put them up. Whoa.
Yeah.
Well,
pretty mixed here.
Okay, let me point out mine. We took on Miller Lite and Coors Light at the same time. We left the debate open until we saw the spot actually air, thinking one brand might come across more strongly. I want to make sure you get this. My 18 is actually a 9 for each, because I thought that was kind of a confusing mess. But David, a 22?
Yeah. So self-image, I gave it a 7. Unless I aim to be a guy who gets into bar fights at like Japanese animation style, you know, not really something I aspire to. I did think it was fun. I thought the action, the special effects, the dopiness was fun. As far as the community, who's in that community? I'm not sure. It was a bit of a mess. It was fun, but I wasn't sure putting two brands that the company doesn't care who wins because they're both the same company, and then Blue Moon came in at the end. I think Blue Moon won, to be honest with you, because the other two guys were fighting it out like children. Blue Moon comes in with a clear shot of the bottle, a beautiful, you know, logo, and to me it really was a Blue Moon commercial. People are going to remember it as, oh, the commercial with the fighting, the Blue Moon commercial. I think Blue Moon wins. Now they're all the same company, so ultimately the beverage company wins. So I don't know if they got the point across to buy any of the three, none of the three. I'm not sure what the win-win is here, other than it was a fun commercial, but it didn't say much about any brand other than Blue Moon looked pretty good in the glass.
Let me ask you a question, because you are not a marketing insider. Yet, as you mentioned, you've worked certainly around the marketing space, you've worked with a lot of brands, but as a consumer, did you know Miller Lite and Coors Light were made by the same company?
No. No, in fact, that happens a lot, and I think I mentioned this to you. I was looking for jewelry to buy for my wife recently, and I didn't know that Kay, Zales, and Jared are all the same company.
Yeah.
Some people don't know that Old Navy and...
Signet, by the way, the company we most associate with our class rings.
Oh, there you go. Some people don't know that Banana Republic, Old Navy, and The Gap are the same company. So to me, it's almost better that you don't, because you're like, why am I paying $7 for a T-shirt at Old Navy, and it's $25 at Banana? I can explain that. I used to work in retail as well. There's reasons for it. But as far as the beer goes, they took the competition out. It's like if one guy owned every baseball team and they played each other, you're like, there's really nothing on the line there because the owner doesn't care who wins.
Right.
And I think that's what happened here. The owner doesn't care who wins. You buy light beer, or you buy, light beer from Miller, or you buy, whatever. They don't care. Just buy one of their products, which is fine. But maybe they should have had all their products, on the bottom. Show all the things that they're good at. But
So a 22 from David.
yeah, because I thought it was really fun. It was fun to look at.
A 9 from me, and landing right in the middle, our friend Megan.
Yeah, well, I think that there was something about sort of the punk at the end of the you weren't expecting the blue moon.
Reminded me of the Tide campaign.
Yeah,
it's a Tide ad.
yes.
That misdirect at the very end in the button.
Yeah, the misdirect was it was unexpected, and that I thought was nice. It did make me think of something you mentioned earlier, that a lot of these companies are now have female CEOs or CMOs.
That's one of them.
Which is great. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure, but watching that, I was like, I could see how that might be the case, because the blue moon was put down by a female bartender, and I think it was trying to dip into this contrast of how a lot men settle things through fights, and women, I don't, you said blue moon looks good in the glass. Well, it did. So I don't know if it's necessarily saying women solve things by looking good, but
Right.
there is sort of that perception of that's what one would think, and I'm sure they have some data that women consume more blue moon, whereas Coors and Miller Lite are targeted toward men.
David, you had a
2
point.
points. One of the things you talked about earlier was that all the beer that was being advertised nationally was light beers and non-alcoholic beer. Well, Blue Moon's not a light beer, correct?
Correct.
So it's the first one in the Super Bowl that's not a light beer. Also, think about how we would look at this commercial if Blue Moon was owned by a different company. If Blue Moon put Miller Lite and Coors Light, had them fight it out like idiots, and then came in as Blue Moon, the serious one in the room, Blue Moon's a hero. They win hands down. But it's the same company.
I think the point on sort of breaking the fourth wall of the ad in this case, letting people into the fact that all 3 of these beers come from the same company, I'm really not sure how that benefits any of the brands, especially Blue Moon, who, like the little button at the end, that's fun, but they've actually gone out of their way in their advertising to make it seem like they're more of a craft brew, independent, a lot of focus on the brewer and what he did by adding that orange slice that brings out the bitter orange essence. And now they're just part of another giant multinational corporation. So I feel like the big fail to me was actually the breaking of that fourth wall and letting everybody in on the corporate relationship. And it played out in that fight. I couldn't really tell in the battle whether what was being played for irony and what was being played for machismo. We have a square on the bingo card that speaks to the non-ironic use of kind of, toxic masculinity. And I couldn't tell if that was ironic or not. But beyond that, even in the dialogue, when you heard them throwing out taglines and brand claims, I couldn't tell if they were making fun of each other or if they were speaking heroically on behalf of the brand. At one point, there was a tagline thrown out around Miller Lite that's actually the Miller High Life tagline that's never been associated with Miller Lite.
Oh,
So,
Miller time.
I was just confused.
Yeah, I guess that was like a fight yell, like it's Miller time.
Yeah, I know.
But you talked about branding.
Like
and
it's
all.
clobbering time.
Right, it's
I get
clobbering
it.
time. The
I
thing.
get it. I know.
Fantastic Four is coming back.
Yep.
I think the interesting thing is, who's the commercial for? Because if your demo is light beer, now you've come in and said, well, Blue Moon's not a light beer. It's not the same audience. So who's it for? Is it for all beer drink? I just think it's the Blue Moon commercial, which is fine, but it sort of looks like you dumped on your other two brands, which again, we might care about. They clearly don't.
Well,
So
it's like the opposite of what their competitors did, right? Where, you know, what we commented on earlier was like even Busch Light having its own commercial is new and kind of weird,
Yeah.
but it was very clearly targeted at somebody very different.
It had
than
its
the
own
other
identity.
ones. Yeah.
Mick Ultra had its own identity. Bud
Exactly.
Light very definitely had its own identity. Coming back to superheroes, because I want to keep us moving, let's talk about Heineken.
sure.
So I don't know if you guys have your scores ready to go on that one. This spot, you recall, and we saw it teased and we saw a longer version, but this is the first time I can ever think of seeing a superhero advertising a beer. And of course, it's something you can only really do. Well, I mean, we see Thor get drunk on screen. You know, Deadpool lives a different kind of lifestyle for most superheroes. But really, seeing a Marvel core superhero with a beer in his hand, it's a little bit jarring. I don't know if there are some parents out there who might have concerns with it. Very curious in comments to get your take on that whole side of it. But let's just take this for what it is. This is Paul Rudd as Ant-Man grabbing a beer on his way to fight crime. Let's start with the ratings. Whoa. Well, we all liked it, but my friends liked it more than I did. Talk to me about that, guys.
Well, all right, I'll go first because I'm a superhero fan. I love Ant-Man. I love Paul Rudd. He can do no wrong. I thought it was I guess the only
Is he
way.
still the sexiest man alive to you?
No, he's the man who never ages, man to me.
Yeah, true.
And he was
He's
on
making the rest of us in their 50s look really bad.
He was on Friends, so he's eternally wonderful. I like the commercial. It's fun. It's clever. It's cute. It's perfect timing with Quantumania coming out later in the week. I'll be there when the movie opens. I'm wondering if Marvel went looking around for a sponsor to tie in because the movie's coming out so close to the Super Bowl, or if Heineken wanted to latch on to Marvel and said, "Oh, you have a movie coming out. Why don't we have one of you guys?" I don't know where it came from, but I think it's brilliant, and that you can have a beer and go fight crime, right? And it made non-alcoholic beer cool for you know, like, oh, you're a superhero. You can do amazing things because you didn't have alcohol. You weren't in a bar fight beating up the other guy from the beer company.
He's on his game.
Right. Now, none of us have had it, have we?
We can now.
I feel like now that I'm done,
Okay.
you guys start talking about it, and I'm going to taste it.
All right.
So, Megan, what were your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I felt like, I know when we had talked about this earlier, you know, when we saw what was posted online for it, something I brought up was the fact that, you know, Paul Rudd was voted sexiest man alive pretty recently. He really does appeal to most women. Like, women definitely find him attractive.
By the
and
way,
I think
actually
that,
tastes like beer.
It
I was
tastes.
going to say that.
Or are we acting?
or are we?
Didn't mean to interrupt, sorry. I was just a little shocked by that.
It tastes just like
It's a
real
good
Heineken.
product.
No, I mean, I think there is something interesting in terms of like who Paul Rudd really appeals to. I think, you know, historically, actually, Heineken has targeted like women who are buying beer for the household.
Right.
And I think I saw that a little bit here. I also think something interesting about Ant-Man is, you know, I know that there's been a couple different ones, but the first one came out in 2015, and you know, it's a PG-13 movie. Like, the people who were first age-wise eligible to see the first one are now of drinking age. So I think if like that's something you went to go see as a teenager and now you're drinking, this appeals to you. And you know, there's a lot out there about how Gen Z is different from previous generations and that it's actually consuming much less alcohol. You know, I think there's probably a variety of reasons for that, but
And less
you know,
beer.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I think like there's, you know, some things about being health conscious or just different interests, what have you. So I think that this is an interesting play where it can sort of strike a chord with a number of different types of people they might be trying to reach.
All good perspective. I don't have a lot to add. I did not rate it quite as high as these guys did, mostly because I actually didn't think the spot was that much fun. I thought it leaned in well on the other emotions, but I would have thought you've got Paul Rudd, who is a genius comic actor, playing a superhero. How did you not have more fun with this? But again, that's just my take. I think the team spoke to that really well. Before we move on, let's just come back to bullshit bingo because we have bingo. If you go down that left column, we've seen multi-celebrities. We were just talking about our superhero sighting. There's been more than once, and not just in movie trailers, because that doesn't really count. We saw a blockchain reference earlier with that blockchain game. We've got multiple cases of people being punched, kicked, slapped, and we just talked about one. And now we've seen self-referential advertising in a few forms, but very notably in that really meta Miller Lite, Coors Light, Blue Moon amalgam. So congratulations if you got bingo. We've been seeing other tropes too. We've seen a before and after, for example, with the Jennifer Coolidge elf spot, although it's a little tough to tell quite what the before and after is there. But ostensibly there is one. And the Danny McBride Downey stuff too falls into the before and after category. So congratulations. If you got bingo, send us that card and we're gonna send you some swag. We're gonna keep the conversation going online. There's some tremendous questions coming in. We'll try to get to some of them in the next segment. And enjoy the game, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
Sooth, there it is, listen. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is. Sooth, there it is.
Welcome back. Look, the game is tight. We know you're locked in there, but we are locked in on this battle as well. We're going to get into the one that we're calling Salty AF. That stands for Salty. Okay, with the Pringles campaign. We're going to talk about Doritos, Pringles, Popcorners, Planters. We'll cover them all really quickly, but let's start with Pringles. David?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, can I say something about this?
Well,
please?
it's not, it's May. Well, no,
Oh,
I guess
get
in
it.
this case
Can
it's,
I say
yeah.
something?
Yeah,
That's
all right.
funny.
That's right.
Can. Okay,
All
you go.
right, Megan
All right.
wins.
Well, I think I gave this the highest score probably of all of us.
Again, I think we have combined to
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
to be less than yours.
Yeah. Well, okay. I guess I'll start with.
That's why we have 3 refs.
I clearly have a little bit of bias with Meghan Trainor because us Megans with H's have to stick together. It's very important.
You Megans with cans on your hands have to stick
That's
together,
right,
too.
exactly. But I really think that it hit best on freedom of any of the commercials in this category because there was something about her freedom of expression and just like I think she is so aligned with that just even in the what she gives off to the world and sort of how she's positioned herself. As a musician, and I thought that she was actually a really good pick for Pringles in that respect. Something else I also think is interesting that I hadn't really thought before seeing it is kind of the note on the can and even just focusing on, like Pringles as a shape even.
You mean the
gives-
hyperbolic paraboloid?
That's right. Which, Ian, I learned from you that Pringles actually has a patent on.
Correct.
Which is really impressive. And I think there's something there in terms of...
Just like the Sooth method.
Exactly. That's all why we're here, and big thanks to Sooth for that. But I think when you think about how many different flavors even of Pringles there are, and how to appeal to somebody who might have an affinity for any one of them, focusing on the shape is a really interesting way to do it and to get people to focus on the one thing that's consistent across all of the flavors, regardless of what you like.
David.
Can I have the can for a second? I want to show you why I didn't like the commercial. I can't get my hand in it. That's part of the problem.
Maybe that's the female appeal.
Yeah. But Megan got her hand out of the can. So unless your arm is the exact size of the can, not like Goldilocks, too big, too small, I can't get the hand in there.
Yeah, I'm not even trying
I
with
can't
these
eat
mitts.
Pringles according to the commercial. I'll tell you what I didn't like about it. Meghan Trainor didn't really play. It wasn't nothing Meghan Trainor-y about it. She didn't do a parody of All About That Bass, like All About That Shape. That would have been good. I would have loved that.
would've been cute, yeah.
I would have written it
punching
for
it
her
up.
because I'm a parody writer. The old guy with the kid, it was just a whole lot of everything, but nobody talked about the flavor of the Pringles being good. The commercial used to be, I have a fever for the flavor of a Pringles, right? You used to talk about the flavor. And I told you that a great idea with a pizza commercial would be pizza-flavored Pringles, and the mom comes in the room and says, kids, it's pizza night, get all your friends, and all the kids come running in, yay, pizza! And she puts pizza-flavored Pringles on the plates, and the kids go crazy like it's real pizza. That, to me, is a commercial. This thing is not a commercial.
Well, look, I think there's...
Nobody
if you
gets
look
their
at
hand stuck in the
spread
can.
among these 4 brands, there are some that really leaned in on the product, right? We'll talk about Popcorners. I mean, you had to walk away not only enjoying that, but wanting that product. Some of them really seem to stay completely away. We're going to talk about Doritos in a minute, where, again, there's really not any snacking going on there. And Pringles, certainly, you would think, it seems like their last couple of campaigns, this one and the one before it, focused much more on physical aspects of the product, but not any sensory aspects. And I don't know if that's based on information they have on why people really buy Pringles. But when I think about a snack category that's about freedom and fun and happiness, I got the happy from Pringles, but I also got a little creepy. I just don't know that I was feeling the right emotions. That grandpa really creeped me out. All right, I'm going to move this on. Let's shift gears to Doritos. So this is, in fact, the flavor that was featured at the end of the spot. Let's get our scores down. Now, the Doritos was one of the most hyped spots leading up to the Super Bowl. Lots of teasers with, little taste of Jack Harlow, a mystery guest is coming, a little bit of Missy Elliott. Now we've seen who that mystery guest is. Let's start with the scores, and then we'll get into the work.
We're pretty similar.
Okay, see? Here we go. We're much more aligned on this, and we're kind of aligned around, meh. So, David, you kick this one off.
Well, again, I hate to rewrite the commercial, but when I heard Love Triangle...
No, you don't hate that.
Okay.
You love that.
Okay, when I heard... I'm going to need a chip for this. When I heard it was going to be a love triangle, okay, I was like, oh, some kind of love thing going on with a triangle. And then I thought, maybe it's three celebrities, each biting a corner of the chip at the same time, and they fall in love, or they join, like, they fall in love with the chip. And that's the love triangle, right? Instead, we got a commercial about triangles that they never reference. It's also the shape of the chip, really, and that triangles are cool. You should eat the triangle-shaped chip. Triangles will never be cool. It was cute. I like Jack Harlow a lot. But then Elton John came in like he was a Blue Moon beer. Right? Like it was Elton's commercial. I just thought it missed the mark. Doritos is about flavor. It's about, addiction and parties. Who has a party that doesn't have Doritos, right? What does it have to do with a couple of singers and playing? I mean, it was cutesy, but it didn't. To me, it just didn't land.
Well,
Yeah.
this was the
Do we
one.
want to do the chip thing?
Oh, that.
I'll let you two corner to corner.
Can anyone sing
I'll
that
stay
Lady
out
in
of
the
this.
Tramp song? Okay, let's try
If
this.
we're not doing a triangle, I'm not doing
I'm
a duet.
pretty sure
All
this
right.
will be the physically closest David Brody and I have ever gotten in 45 years. Here we go.
Okay, come on.
Ready? Here we
So
go.
we'll do a love triangle.
Okay, somebody. Can
Megan's
anybody
out.
at home? Come on now.
Should I just read a much better commercial?
Oh, I am so creeped out right now.
Come on,
Here we go.
Megan.
Here we go. Okay.
Say, much better commercial.
All right. There we go.
Now,
Yeah.
Jack Harlow does that with Elton John. You got people talking.
That is
By
right.
the way, I'm just going to text my therapist. I'm going to text my therapist while David talks. Go ahead.
We have some flags.
Yeah, that's about all I have to say. I just thought it was a missed opportunity. Huge build-up for a love triangle, and it really wasn't a love triangle as much as it was a love of triangles, I guess. Just didn't make any sense to me. Not at all.
Yeah, I think what bothered me.
Did make me miss the Partridge Family, though.
Oh, the kid played the triangle, yeah. 1960s.
Yeah, I'm too young for that, but I think what that's that's actually
Exactly.
relevant to the reason I don't think I really liked it was none of the people in it made sense together. Like it was, Jack Harlow, Missy Elliott super briefly, and then Elton John. And what it felt like they were maybe just desperately really trying to get all these different demographics that might feel like somewhat represented by
They
each of
checked a
those
lot
people.
of boxes.
It did.
Yeah, and it felt a little bit performative because there wasn't really like a narrative or a through line. Or if you were trying to do that, it wouldn't make sense because what I think bugged me a little bit about Elton John being sort of like the blue moon at the end was that like Jack Harlow is actually very talented, and I think that would it made it look like the whole commercial was just about like him making the triangle cool because he is so cool, but he's cool because he's talented, not just because anything he does, people go crazy for because it's a viral sensation or whatever. I think that he actually is good at what he does, and Elton John coming in, who I think nobody would say isn't talented after such a storied career, made it seem like he was more talented, which I don't think is not really fair to say. It's just he's had a longer career. He's more experienced.
Right.
Well, who's the demographic for Doritos, Ian?
Everybody.
It's everybody, right?
It's one of the most ubiquitous snack food
It
brands.
is, but I picture...
It's literally kids to seniors.
It
because
is,
Doritos
but-
is a product that was invented in the 60s.
Yes, but if when I look, I spent
us.
I spent a fair amount of time in the chip aisle, maybe a little too much time, and I don't want to offend anybody, but it seems to me parties and snacking, Doritos to me lean a little more Jack Harlow than they do Elton John.
Yes.
I think fans of Elton John might be looking at their salt intake. I know I am.
God.
I'm guilty of it. I just feel like what Megan said was on the money. You're making Elton John look even cooler when the whole point is Jack Harlow made the triangle cool. That should be the point of it. And if Elton John was playing the triangle because Jack Harlow was playing the triangle, I'd like that. That'd be okay. Because then he's looking up to Jack Harlow like, Jack made that cool, I'm going to play it. But instead he made it like, oh, I'm all about the triangle, I'll make it even cooler. And what's the point of the commercial? Who's cooler playing the triangle or the Doritos?
Well, and let's go with the triangle thing before we talk about the other brands. So if you're going to make that play that you are the brand, if you're going to make that play that you're the brand that is, in this case, triangle shaped. Well, that's pretty dangerous in a Super Bowl where maybe the most talked about ad campaign features a triangle-shaped snack food. And that's probably a good segue to the next one. So my biggest problem was the thing that Dorito really seemed to hammer over and over again is not a unique selling point. And I couldn't find another unique selling point for Doritos. So let's shift gears for a moment from one triangle to another and talk about the reappearance of our friends Walter White, Jesse Pinkman on the popcorn spot. David, when you have a number, we'll be ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, numbers. They are high.
Oh.
Wow, this is like one of those cool Dancing with the Stars moments.
Yeah.
So 26, 28, 28. We obviously all love the popcorn and stuff, and I don't know if it's all just because we're Breaking Bad fans, although I think we are.
Yeah.
David, talk to me about that.
I've never seen Breaking Bad,
Oh, wow.
but I love the commercial. I thought it was a brilliant use of the characters. There was a lot of things from the show that they tweaked to make them commercially, basically parodying themselves. But they kept the tone of Breaking Bad while also talking about a fun snack food. I think
And it had appetite appeal.
had appetite appeal. It was addictive, you might say. Maybe serve it in a blue bag.
There you go.
I think what was great was that both actors were involved in the script. Vince Gilligan from Breaking Bad was involved in directing and writing it as well.
Yep.
And they made sure that the characters only said things that the characters would have said. And I think that played a big part in why it's so good at what it does. They did slip in a line that it's popped, not baked. It's air popped, not
Yep.
fried. That it's healthier. And it made popcorners very cool, cooler than playing a triangle.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think this is my highest scoring ad of the game, and yeah, I just loved what they did. You're right; they were those characters for sure. There's no doubt that was like Jesse and Walter.
Yeah, they
and
never
I
broke
loved
character,
that.
and they didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have to. It just fit the storyline so well. And I think a good thing to mention is that this is Popcorner's first time doing a Super Bowl ad. And I think this was great because they kind of did it right. Like they still, played it safe in the sense that like they took an existing story that would be really familiar to people, but they made it work where it wasn't a stretch. And I think that's like a really, really good entry for them.
Well, and it's interesting you bring that up because to me this was Popcorners going big time at the big game. Popcorners, a lot of us were first introduced to it because somebody handed us a bag on an airplane.
Yeah.
They were kind of a fringe outsider brand, and this is really a pivot into the mainstream for Popcorners. I thought it was brilliantly executed. I gave them a 10 for fun. I just thought they nailed the category and struck an incredible balance between keeping the spot entertaining and interesting and selling the product. So let's get on to the last of our salty rivals. The always naked Mr. Peanut. And what do I do with my pen? I may have to borrow yours.
Here.
Thank you.
Yep.
So let's talk about the Planters Roast. And, if you're looking for that, to check that bingo box that said to be continued online. Boy, they didn't let us forget that was happening. Let's put up the scores. Solid.
22.
Solid. I was a little tougher on it than these guys. Megan, what'd you like about the planter spot?
I like roasts in general. I always think that they're funny, and I think it worked because it's like a cute play on words for them, right? It wasn't so just like, well, let's use this concept because we think it'll be funny. It
And
actually
a play on a food trend, because roasted foods are one of the hottest things out there.
Yes, right. Yeah, because they're a little bit healthier. I thought that a lot of the jokes were really relevant and on point. I think my favorite one was like, oh, like you wore that 3 recessions ago or something like that. You know, like I think that they actually paid attention and were relevant. And I liked that especially for, such a classic brand that I think just based on the kind of ads they've had over the past couple of years, they maybe need to like shed a little bit of insecurities around having.
Oh, you mean where they
like
murdered Mr. Peanut?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they clearly, I think, like didn't exactly know what to do with him, and this is kind of the perfect thing.
I don't disagree with anything either of you said. I wanted a little more appetite appeal. I thought owning your point of difference, being roasted, that was great. But I wanted a little more balance, a little more product. All in all, though, it was solid. I didn't love the see the real good stuff online angle. I think they could have elevated the comedy more than they did.
Yeah.
So,
I'm throwing a flag.
at me?
Yes.
What'd I do?
You guys heard him. He said, I don't disagree with either one of the things you guys said. I haven't said anything. I haven't commented on the commercial.
And now you don't get to.
Damn it. I'm challenging that call.
All right. David,
I thought it was
what'd
funny.
we
I
miss?
love Jeff Ross. I love that they had a few different comedians in the commercial. I don't like To Be Continued. For me, that's okay, I don't need to see the ending. I don't. I think that's a huge mistake. They didn't talk enough about how great the product is. I like the commercial. Coming off what Megan said, the first thing I thought of was killing Mr. Peanut was a disaster. Here's an example of coming back from a disaster that M&M's failed at. They could have made fun of their characters. They could have pointed at them on the screen and said, nobody wants to see your shoes. They could have done something with them. We agree they've been acting out of character, made a shtick out of it. This company roasted their own mascot, literally. It was funny. It was timely. I loved it. I just hate the ending thing. No one's going to watch it online. Forget it. They'll go on YouTube maybe and watch the whole thing, but I don't
So our
like
clear
that.
consensus is the winner of the salty AF battle was Popcorners.
Yeah.
Oh, Popcorners win.
There's no
and
question
the loser?
there.
Doritos.
Doritos.
Doritos. I
Yeah.
think we struggle. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's-
again, I scored him lower. Okay, so we're going to get you back to the game. We're going to come back and do one more segment where we talk about the fact that Gronk missed that kick, and does that kill FanDuel's chances at a great Super Bowl ad? So we'll come back and talk about that category. We'll wrap it up with the good, the bad, the ugly. We thank you so much for sticking with us through this. See you soon. Okay, one more round to go as we dig into these rivalries for Super Bowl 2023. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We're actually going to take on the head-to-head rivalry between DraftKings and FanDuel, where if you think about online betting, it's really about fun, freedom, and confidence. And you need all three of those emotions working together for somebody to really feel good about your platform and what they can do with it. Both brands took very different points of view on this, and it's almost as if you can see they see the category differently. So we're going to bring up our scores together, and as opposed to the other rounds, we're going to talk about that battle very directly in a one-to-one sense. So let's start with our scores, and again, Gronk missed the kick, so one thing I'd like each of you to talk about is, would you have felt differently about the FanDuel spot if Gronk hit that kick? Our scores. I do think missing the kick hurt FanDuel, so we'll talk about that. So 11, 16 to 20 for you. You thought FanDuel won it. You thought DraftKings won it, as did I. David, let's talk about this.
All right, well, DraftKings, Kevin Hart, no-brainer. He's been in all their commercials for a long time now. It's fun. It's community. It's everybody's together. FanDuel, we talked about this earlier. You could be alone, hoping to win money. FanDuel, he misses the kick. They save $10 million, basically pay for the commercial anyway. I'm wondering if maybe they wanted to miss the kick, save the $10 million. But look, FanDuel got a lot of people to sign up for the app,
right?
Which is their goal.
To share in the $10 million, because that's the only
right.
way you shared in it.
I think DraftKings was looking for the ad to get people to sign up after they saw the ad. I think FanDuel got people to sign up for the ad. Therefore, the ad didn't have to be great. It was the pre-ad because you might win. So I didn't love the ad because it was just him kicking or not kicking. It wasn't a great ad. I think the campaign was good, but we're not scoring the campaign, so I gave it a 17. Kevin Hart, baby. Kevin Hart.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think Kevin Hart's great, but I think why FanDuel won this for me is I think that getting people to engage in a competition who might want to be on a betting app, like, makes perfect sense. Like,
yeah, they gamified a gamification of a game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like kind of meta in that sense, right? So I think I appreciated that, even though, like, full disclosure, like, none of these brands really speak to me at all. So, you know, like, that's kind of all I have to go on.
Either of these spots change that for you?
No, not really, because I mean, I wasn't really compelled to, like, download FanDuel or anything.
So FanDuel involved you in the game, you just didn't care that they did.
Yeah, like, I thought, like, I still cared to see if this guy made the kick. So that was interesting, at least, even if I wasn't going to partake in the game. I thought that, you know, that was, I still thought it was good that they, you know, built some hype around it and, right, like, got people to download it, at least engage. And I think that probably you know, I know part of what we're evaluating on is, like, the level of, you know, confidence it might inspire in a consumer, but I actually think it shows a lot of confidence as a brand. Like, if you think you can get somebody to try your product at least once and then, like, they'll continue to use it, like, that, you know, that means that, like, you really think you have something, and it's less about the advertising and more about your actual offering, which I do think is good. You know, DraftKings, I think, yeah, I mean, Kevin Hart certainly is, you know, funny, and freedom of expression plays there, but just, I mean, the product just, like, isn't that interesting to me, so I think I was less engaged.
Well, the strategist in me also, always wants to deconstruct this work. And I'm not going to try to do that here, but certainly I have a tough time imagining that they both had similar insights, even though they're going for the exact same customer. DraftKings really plays up the social aspects of sports gaming, and FanDuel really made it much more of, even the fact that it all pinned on one guy hitting a field goal. It was very much about you and the game, where I felt like Gronk missing the kick devalued the spot for FanDuel and its customers. It goes to the point David made. I think maybe there could be a question of trust for some people. I've already looked at a lot of vitriol online over this, where people feel a little bit ripped off because Gronk missed the kick. I think they almost assumed he would make it, and now they feel a little let down, and you wonder if that's going to have a residual effect for the brand. Before we sign off. We're going to do a quick round of what we call the good, the bad, the ugly. Some of this may be spots we've already talked about. So we'll start with Megan to think about, what do you think was the best, the worst, and the kind of ugliest and weirdest thing you saw tonight?
Ugliest and weirdest. Well, best, definitely Popcorners. I mean, that was awesome. I really liked that one. Yeah, I know we, none of us really loved Doritos, and so, that was hard to kind of accept. But yeah, I like overall, I mean, I definitely see a lot of similar tactics across a lot of brands. So in the future, like, I'd love to just sort of see more risk-taking. Like, I don't think there was enough of that. And that's, I think what I would be looking for next time in terms of just what would up-level.
I would say Molson Coors took a lot of risks tonight.
You think so?
I don't think they paid off, but they took them.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. David?
Boy, I had a lot of good, and I'm not going to let me give any honorable mentions. So I'm going to give you my favorite, avocados from Mexico.
Oh.
It was clever, it was well done. The line about nudity is in style again this year. And look, it's also a phone. I mean, the whole commercial was just nonstop, perfect hit. Each joke was landed, in my opinion. They took a simple premise of Adam and Eve. Absolutely love the commercial. The bad, now this commercial is bad, but it would have been the worst had it not been for the ugly one I'm going to give you in a minute. I came into today thinking Hellmann's was going to be my least favorite. Hellmann's commercial, terrible. Again, we talked about the whole, is he eating them? Are they large? It didn't make any sense to me. Dumb commercial. And you're not more likely to eat Hellmann's than any other mayonnaise. It's all the same. It's oil and egg. Whatever. And they didn't say Hellmann's was better than anybody else. Ugly.
I disagree. All mayos are not alike. Go on.
All right. I eat Hellmann's, and I only eat Heinz ketchup. Okay. Ugly for me, I'm sorry. M&M's.
Oh.
Absolute disaster. Missed opportunity. The whole world. Twitter was waiting. I'm waiting for the spot. I'm waiting for the spot. And then they got it, and they went, I hate this spot. I hate this spot. Missed opportunity by M&M's. They could have been very creative, pushed back, won the culture wars, and instead, it was a train wreck.
We agree on the ugly. I don't have to expound on everything you said and everything we said before about M&M's. And I almost agree with you on my favorite spot being the avocados. I love that campaign so much. But actually, my favorite spot is one we didn't really get to talk about, which I gave a perfect score of 30 because in terms of the emotional resonance for the target, for what a tech brand should be doing, T-Mobile, the John Travolta spot with the guys from Scrubs, I thought they absolutely nailed it. Brought up every right emotion for me. And the bad, I really struggled with that Squarespace spot. I didn't really think, if you knew what Squarespace was, you didn't know any more about it by the end. If you didn't know what it was, having Adam Driver talk about himself in 10 different personas really didn't help. So those are my good, bad, and ugly. We're going to let you go. But first, I want to say how much I appreciate every one of you for joining us, for participating, for your comments, for spreading the word. The entire crew, both my friends here, my fellow refs, David and Megan, the whole crew behind the scenes that you can't see, who have kept us on point, who have delivered everything we did tonight. Couldn't be more appreciative. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing night, and we're going to do this again next year. Thanks.
It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio. There is so much to learn in the Sooth Studio. It's now time to return to the Sooth Studio. There is so much to learn in the Sooth Studio.